Where are the goalposts? What is the end game? Consider, if this variant were its own separate virus that we were just meeting for the very first time, without the scar tissue from the prior 2 years, nobody would accept anywhere near this much disruption to fight the virus that we're actually facing right now. Here in Washington, multiple Congresses have spent a staggering $6 trillion on this crisis. Of the most recent $2 trillion that our Democratic colleagues rammed through last year, only 9% went to health care in any form. Less than 1% went to vaccines. Even within that 9%, the Biden administration then diverted important COVID funding to other unrelated crises, like their border crisis. Now, we hear Democrats may request yet another huge hunk of emergency spending. But experts say as much as $800 billion or $900 billion of the money that we've already set aside has not even been spent yet. $800 or $900 billion of the money that we've already set aside has not been spent yet. What about a full accounting of the $6 trillion that's already been approved? If there are urgent needs for true medical COVID needs, let's discuss it. And let's start the discussion by talking about repurposing the hundreds of billions that are already sitting in the pipeline. As one report put it, the vast majority of almost $200 billion allocated to K through 12 schools has not been spent. That's $200 billion. The same goes for half of the $195 billion sent out to state governments. And most city and county governments have not spent much of the $130 billion that they received either. Many states are swimming in cash and running surpluses. They've had to dream up creative non-COVID related uses for these windfalls. So look, Mr. President, 2 years in, if Democrats call for more giant sums of emergency spending, the burden of proof lies with them to demonstrate the hundreds of billions of dollars of unspent money already in the system are not sufficient. And unless something changes, so long as COVID continues retreating to the level of risk that we all regularly face in other aspects of daily life, then our leaders' duty to the American people is perfectly clear. Trust the vaccines. Follow the data. Forget the tribalism. Work to assuage people's fears and neuroses with facts instead of feeding into them. And articulate your clear game plan to give the American people back their normalcy in the very near future. Now, on another matter, today more than 100,000 Russian troops are holding positions along Ukraine's eastern borders. More have been deployed to Belarus to threaten Ukraine from the north. For the second time in a decade, Vladimir Putin's campaign to forcibly redraw the map of the European continent is on the verge of massive escalation. For those of us who remember the Cold War, this strongman routine from stale Kremlin autocrats is quite familiar. But Ukraine is not a captive nation trapped behind the Iron Curtain. It's a free, democratic, and sovereign European country. The proper response from the West should not be a mystery. The United States and our allies need to do 4 things right now. First, we need to cut through the bureaucratic caution, inertia, and red tape that is slowing the delivery of military, economic, and humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. This help needs to arrive before a Russian escalation, so our friends can defend themselves and prepare for what could be a cold and bloody winter. Ukraine is a proud, independent nation that wants to defend itself. But after years of combating Russian aggression while simultaneously trying to tackle major political and economic reform, Ukraine needs help. It needs weapons. It needs communications, equipment. It needs logistical and intelligence support. We should be building the logistical networks now to prepare to keep flowing support to Ukraine in the event of escalation. I've been encouraged by the United Kingdom and other allies who are already making serious commitments to this effort. Second, we need to bolster the defenses of our Eastern European NATO allies most threatened by Russia. This is a decision that the NATO alliance as a whole should make. But if it doesn't, the United States and other partners should not wait for consensus to act. We should strive for unity, but not at the expense of security. Our most nervous allies cannot get unilateral veto power over the policy of the greatest nation in world history. Yesterday, I was glad to hear the U.S. forces are finally moving to reinforce our eastern flank allies. I urged President Biden to take this step nearly 2 months ago. I hope this belated action will lead other NATO allies to follow our lead. Third, we need to impose overdue sanctions now, right now, to confront a litany of Russian threats, including their use of energy as a geostrategic weapon. At the same time, let's make clear we're prepared to impose even more devastating costs should Russia continue its aggression. Again, we may have differences of opinion with parts of Europe, but we have priorities here that run deeper than matching our most timid allies. As we consider sanctions, we should be honest about our past mistakes. The 2014 Obama administration and our EU partners tried to use sanctions to halt the conflict, deter further aggression against Ukraine, and compel Russia to comply with the Minsk Accords. Those sanctions are still in place, but they failed on all counts. For Ukrainians, this is not a frozen conflict, but an ongoing one. Russia's continued aggression is self-evident. Its Minsk commitments remain unfulfilled. We need to learn these lessons, avoid empty symbolism, and get ready to impose serious costs that could actually change Putin's calculus. But we also know that sanctions alone are not enough. Putin's behavior is a reminder there is no substitute for hard power. Deterrence is stronger when our enemies question whether their enemy plans can succeed. And so, fourth and finally, we and our NATO allies need to take a hard look at growing security threats and commit to investing in defense capabilities to actually meet those threats. This means revisiting the 2% pledge. It means having hard conversations about building real military capabilities. When the Biden administration abandoned Afghanistan last year, China and Russia were paying close attention. Now Russia is testing our resolve in Eastern Europe, and China once again is taking notes. Our adversaries understand their best path to outmaneuver America is to outspend our commitment to defense. So, I hope President Biden will act swiftly to equip our European friends, reinforce our NATO allies, and punish Russian escalation. And we must also pay serious attention to equipping the U.S. military for the next threat. It is past time to invest in modernization, hypersonic weapons, and our nuclear arsenal, and to encourage our European allies to wake up, follow our lead, and stand side by side against common threats.
The Assistant Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that Senators Braun, Murray, and I are able to complete our remarks prior to the scheduled vote.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Mr. President, I want to follow up on the statement made by the Republican Senate leader, and I agree with many of the things he said. We disagree with others. But there is a way for us to show our commitment not only to our troops and to the defense of causes that are important to America, and it's in his hands. It's known as the appropriation bill for the Department of Defense. It's known as the appropriations and budget for the United States of America. Where are we now? We're on something called a continuing resolution. That means we haven't decided. We can't get an agreement from the Republican leader to move forward on the spending bills for this fiscal year, which began October 1st. We're spending at last year's levels when the Biden administration has asked for more money for the nation's defense. And who is stopping them? The Republican leader. So we can't have it both ways and argue we need to invest more in the defense of America and then stop us from an appropriations process that does just that. Let's get it done. This should have been done before last October 1st, and his cooperation means it can be done now. Now let me say there's another aspect to it. Many speeches are given about the rise in crime in America. I know this personally, representing a state of Illinois and the great city of Chicago. The number of violent gun crimes in this last calendar year was just shocking. When you look at all of the people that have been hurt and killed with the use of guns in cities across America, it's clear we need to invest in our police force and law enforcement, hold them accountable for the right values and the right conduct, but put in their hands the resources to protect us in our homes and our neighborhoods. What's holding that up? The same decision by the Republican leader not to bring any appropriation bills forward for approval by the Congress. This is just mindless. You can't preach on one hand that you want to fund the police and then stop the appropriation process, which the Republicans in the Senate have done. It is time to pass the omnibus appropriation bill so the resources are going to ATF and to U.S. Attorney's Office and other law enforcement agencies that can help the state and local law enforcement efforts to try to suppress this violent crime. So don't preach about the need for this money and then turn around and stop the effort here on Capitol Hill. Why aren't we voting on an omnibus appropriation bill this week? Why? Why can't we get this done next week? It was supposed to be done last October. It is time for us to do it. And let me say a word about the Ukrainian situation. I feel strongly about this. As a co-chair of the Bipartisan Ukrainian Caucus, I have followed for years what's been going on in this country. There is one guiding principle that we should acknowledge. The fate and future and decision-making for the Ukrainian people should be in the hands of the Ukrainian people. Not in Washington, not in Moscow, not in Bonn, not in Minsk, but in Kyiv, and the Ukrainian people across that country should have the right to do it. The question about their future and their solidarity and their defense comes down to the fact that they were invaded 8 years ago by Russia, that took over the Crimean province and then went on to expand their military force, the little green men, the so-called little green men that are just Russian surrogates that are fighting in the eastern part of Ukraine. Is it any wonder that the Ukrainian people look to NATO and other forces to protect them? They've been invaded. For 7 or 8 years, they've lost thousands of their citizens innocently who died in defense of their country. And for us to stand in defense of Ukraine and their efforts to make their own decisions for their future just makes sense. Ultimately, we may have theories on what the future should be, but it is their country. They are the people who rule it, and we respect their sovereignty. And I would just say that as far as Vladimir Putin is concerned, I know his style. I've seen it for a long, long time. We see their continuing threats that the Russians have against the Baltics, for example. These are small, independent, democratic countries that fought long and hard for that opportunity. And they are constantly menaced by Vladimir Putin and his Russian forces. The same is true for Poland. It's important that we stand behind the NATO alliance, and one way to help the NATO alliance is to pass an appropriation bill that will give our resources promised to the alliance to them instead of being stonewalled, as we have been, by the Republican leadership on that matter. It's long overdue that we get to that question. I'm glad that Senator Murray's on the floor because the issue I want to raise now is one that she knows well, and I thank her for her leadership. A little bit of history. In 1964, an advisory committee headed by the U.S. Surgeon General issued a landmark report linking cigarette smoking to lung cancer, heart disease, and other deadly diseases. 1964. That was considered to be breakthrough information, that tobacco actually caused cancer. For decades after that, big tobacco companies denied it. They continued to lie to Congress and to the American people about the products they were selling. Tobacco companies knowingly lied to America when they claimed their products didn't cause cancer and weren't addictive. And they lied when they said they weren't targeting children with their products. We know they lied because a trove of 14 million internal industry documents that finally were made public in 1998 as part of the settlement of a lawsuit in Minnesota showed what the 5 major tobacco companies actually knew when they were making public denials. These same documents provided damning evidence against Big Tobacco in a historic lawsuit brought by attorneys general of 46 states. Let me read you some of the things that executives of Big Tobacco said about children and smoking in their own internal memos that they thought would never see the light of day. 1981 report by Philip Morris, creator of the Marlboro Man, said, "The overwhelming majority of smokers first begin to smoke while still in their teens. The smoking patterns of teenagers are particularly important to Philip Morris," end of quote. "The base of our business is the high school student," a 1978 memo from the makers of Newport cigarettes. And this from R.J. Reynolds in 1973, the brains behind the cartoon character Joe Camel. Here's what their document said. "The fragile, developing self-image of the young person needs all the support and enhancement it can get. Smoking may appear to enhance that image." Replacement smokers. Those repugnant words were used by Big Tobacco executives to describe our kids, America's teenagers. If you can hook them young, you'll have them for life. That was their game plan. All of the tobacco industry's deadly deception about kids and tobaccos was supposed to stop. In 2009, Congress passed a landmark law giving the Food and Drug Administration the clear authority and responsibility to regulate tobacco products. That was something Big Tobacco had fought for decades, but they lost. The Tobacco Control Act requires tobacco companies to obtain FDA approval for any new tobacco products. In a specific report to discourage young people from smoking, the law also bans most flavored cigarettes because of the clear rule in hooking kids, their clear role in hooking kids. When it comes to traditional cigarettes, we have made amazing strides in the time that I've served in Congress. 20 years ago, 30% of high school kids were smokers of cigarettes. Today, fewer than 5%. But tobacco companies didn't take this lying down. They came up with new products to hook kids. E-cigarettes, vaping, little gadgets that turn nicotine spike liquids into vapor that's inhaled. It's powerful stuff. One pod of vaping liquid can contain as much nicotine as a whole pack of cigarettes. They came up with flavors to entice children. Tell me, they deny it, but you listen to the names of these flavors and see if they were made for kids or adults. Gummy bears, cotton candy, unicorn poop, Fruit Loops, Skittles, Sweet Tarts. Come on, we know what this is all about. They're enticing kids to take up vaping and e-cigarettes, and it worked. Beginning in 2014, e-cigarettes became the most popular tobacco product used by our kids. Today, nearly 30% of all high school students are vaping. The e-cigarette industry is now worth billions of dollars. And who are the biggest players? Hang on tight. Juul is the #1 seller of e-cigarettes. In 2018, Altria, the producer of the tobacco product Marlboros and the largest seller of traditional cigarettes, bought a 35% stake in Juul. Altria buying 35% of Juul. Vuse is the second biggest e-cigarette on the market. It's made by R.J. Reynolds, the producer of Camel cigarettes, which caused my father's lung cancer. R.J. Reynolds is the second biggest seller of traditional cigarettes. See any patterns here? We all knew that Big Tobacco would try to find new ways to addict children on their deadly products. They never quit, which is why the Tobacco Control Act allowed the FDA to establish authority over e-cigarettes. But what we didn't expect was that the Food and Drug Administration would sit back as Big Tobacco dusted off its playbook to ignite, as one former FDA commissioner called, an epidemic of youth vaping in America. For years, teachers warned kids about using Juuls in the classroom. Parents found devices that looked like flash drives for a computer in their kids' backpacks. Even the kids began speaking up about the highly addictive nature of e-cigarettes. Many of us in the Senate demanded that the FDA take action. Senator Murray of Washington, as chair of the Help Committee, has been one of the leaders on this. Countless calls, letters, meetings with FDA commissioners went nowhere. Testimony and alarming data from public health groups and parents yielded no action. The FDA still failed to use its existing statutory authority to police these e-cigarette products, allowing millions of e-cigarettes to flood the market illegally, while their manufacturers made outrageous and substantiated claims downplaying the risk to kids. In 2019, finally, a federal judge stepped in and ordered the FDA to do its job, instructing them to finalize review of e-cigarettes, and remember this date, by September 2021, last September. The FDA's court-ordered deadline to act on pending e-cigarette applications passed 5 months ago. 5 months. Yet incredibly, many of the e-cigarettes that are used mostly by kids, the products that are fueling this epidemic, are still on the market today. The law is clear on this issue. Tobacco companies must prove, they have the burden of proving to the Food and Drug Administration that their product is appropriate for protection of the public health. Why haven't they proved it? Because they can't. There is no evidence of it. So if they can't meet the burden of proof, how do they continue to sell these products on the open market? Meeting that burden was supposed to be a condition precedent, the first thing they had to do to sell these cigarettes. Well, it's because the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, is sitting on its hands, is refusing to use its own legal and statutory authority. Big Tobacco continues to be free to target what they call replacement smokers. Those are our kids they're talking about. The Senate is expected to vote soon on a new FDA commissioner. In determining who that person will be, we have the opportunity. Let me change that. We have the responsibility to make it clear that the FDA has to stop dragging its feet. It must use the authority provided by Congress to prohibit tobacco companies from preying on our kids for profit. As Congress evaluates the nominees, we must be guided by the answer to this question. Do we believe that the incoming FDA leadership will correct the failures that have gone before them in allowing these e-cigarettes to prey on our kids? Yesterday, I spoke to Dr. Califf, who is Joe Biden's nominee to be head of the FDA. I've had serious misgivings about whether he is the right person for the job, but I finally relented yesterday and said, yes, Dr. Califf, I'll support you, but if you make it, I'm going to hold you personally responsible for taking control of this issue. Our kids' lives are at stake. We've waited too long. The FDA is set on its hands when it should be moving to protect our kids. It's long overdue. In the interest of our children, I sincerely hope that the leadership of the FDA will open its eyes and do its duty. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Indiana.
January 22nd, 1973, the Supreme Court handed down their decision in Roe versus Wade, homogenizing an approach to abortion across the country. It's estimated over 60 million lives have been lost to abortion since this decision. This resolution recognizes January 22nd into the future as a day of tears. It encourages Americans to lower their flags to half-staff to mourn the lives lost to abortion. I'm joined in this resolution by Senators Daines, Inhofe, Blackburn, Hagerty, Lankford, Hawley, and Rounds. Similar resolutions have passed in Alabama, Arizona, Arkansas, Idaho, Louisiana, and West Virginia. Representative Jody Hice is leading a similar measure in the House. It has 51 co-sponsors from 26 states. 2 weeks ago, thousands of Americans joined the March for Life to stand up for the unborn. Later this year, the Supreme Court will issue a decision on a case which strikes at the heart of Roe versus Wade. Our current abortion guidelines, we only have 5 other countries that would be similar. 2 of those countries, China and North Korea. What does that say about abortion in America? Minimally, the court needs to return this to the states so that we don't have this policy put upon all the states, at least half of which disagree with it. Whatever that decision may be, we must remember the millions of lives lost to the tragedy of abortion. Madam President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration and the Senate now proceed to Senate Resolution 494. I further ask that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
The senator from Washington.
Madam President, reserving the right to object. Just weeks ago, we celebrated the anniversary of Roe v. Wade, the landmark decision that affirmed the right to abortion and changed so many lives for the better. And across the country, patients spoke out about their experiences before Roe, about how Roe meant they could get an abortion that they needed, or even after Roe, they still struggled to get access to an abortion. But what was present in all of those stories was real fear about what the future holds, fear of what a country without Roe would look like, because that's what Republicans are pushing for all across the country. Republicans in Texas passed SB 8, which bans abortions after 6 weeks and allows people to sue anyone who helps someone get an abortion. In Idaho, bordering my home state of Washington, extreme Republican legislators are trying to pass a law modeled after that Texas abortion ban. Republicans in Mississippi brought a direct challenge of Roe to the Supreme Court and have told the court in no uncertain terms they believe Roe should be overturned. Now, those are just a few examples, and we've got one more here in the Senate today. The resolution from the senator from Indiana sends a message that the Republican Party knows best when it comes to some of the most personal decisions people make about their health and their future, about when and whether to have children, and about what is best for themselves and their families. Well, they don't. In fact, the majority of Americans support Roe and do not want to see it overturned. They want a country where everyone can control their own body and their own future. And that's exactly what I am fighting for, so I object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President.
Senator from Indiana.
Senator from Washington makes the point that it's Republicans. This is not Republicans. Of course, they are for doing what needs to be done, and that's returning this to the states minimally, taking a decision that was out of context back in 1973 when it was made. And the opposite of the argument she made would be that why should the federal government, based upon a judiciary ruling that was out of context, force this on the entirety of the country? And when it comes to what it allows now, abortions late into a pregnancy, that is not supported by most of the country. So minimally, this ought to be returned to the states to reflect how different states in this country of 50 of them, over half disagree with it, and over half of our citizens would say that makes more sense than what we've got now. I yield the floor.
Cloture time has expired. The question is on the nomination. Is there sufficient second? I believe There appear to be sufficient second. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun. Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Markley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Brown, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Graham, Kelly, Leahy, Murphy, Murray, Schatz, Smith, Warren, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Bozeman, Braun, Crapo, Daines, Fisher, Inhofe, Marshall, Sass, Scott of South Carolina, Shelby, Tuberville, Wicker. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. So the Ms. Hirono, aye. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Burr, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Carden, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye.
Yeah, he voted on it. Yeah, I was like, I thought he voted on it. It's like, I remember that.
Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Young, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye.
Has everyone voted or cares to vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? If not, the yeas are 57 and nays are 38. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 556, Ebony M. Scott of the District of Columbia to be an Associate Judge of the Superior Court of the District of Columbia for the term of 15 years, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Ebony M. Scott of the District of Columbia to be an Associate Judge of the Superior Court of the District of Columbia for the term of 15 years shall be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule, and the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoban, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Blunt, Cantwell, Capito, Cardin, Coons, Duckworth, Durbin, Graham, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kane, King, Klobuchar, Manchin, Markey, McConnell, Menendez, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Portman, Rosen, Rounds, Schatz, Shaheen, Sinema, Tester, Tillis, Toomey, Warnock, and Warren. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Braun, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Haggerty, Hawley, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Paul, Rubio, Scott of Florida, Shelby, Thune, Tuberville, and Young. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Burr, no. Mr. Brown, aye. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Sass. Mr. Sass, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Leahy, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Inhofe, no. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Ms. Stabenow. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Deans. Mr. Deans, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Carper. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina? No. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn? No. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker? No. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst? No. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith? Aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no.
The yeas are 58, the nays are 37, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Ebony M. Scott of the District of Columbia to be an associate judge for the Superior Court of the District of Columbia.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 557, Donald Walker Tonnage of the District of Columbia, to be an Associate Judge of the Superior Court of the District of Columbia, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Donald Walker Tonnage of the District of Columbia to be an Associate Judge of the Superior Court of the District of Columbia for the term of 15 years shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Thank you. Bozeman. Got it. Thank you. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Thank you. Sinema, Murray. I'm busy. Yes, I did. I did. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This is the third vote, right? Yes, it is. Yes. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Thank you. Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, thank you, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, thank you, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Bennett, Blunt, Booker, Cardin, Coons, Cortez Masto, Feinstein, Graham, Hickenlooper, Manchin, Merkley, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Sanders, Schatz, Sinema, Stabenow, Warnock, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Ernst, Fisher, Hyde-Smith, Inhofe, Lankford, Lummis, Moran, Paul, Scott of South Carolina, Shelby, and Tuberville. Mr. Murphy, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Leahy, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Sass, no. Mr. Casey, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Crapo, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Burr. No. Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye.
The yeas are 57, the nays are 38, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
The judiciary, Donald Walker Tunnage of the District of Columbia, to be an associate judge of the Superior Court of the District of Columbia.
Mr. President.
Senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, I rise today to urge my colleagues to confirm several highly qualified nominees to serve on the local District of Columbia courts. The D.C. Superior Court, which functions as a state-level trial court, and the D.C. Court of Appeals, which serves as the state-level appellate court right here in our nation's capital. Both courts are currently suffering from a vacancy crisis. 16 of the 62 D.C. Superior Court seats are currently empty, and 3 of the 9 seats on the D.C. Court of Appeals are also vacant, slowing justice and impeding the public safety for all district residents. Last year, the Committee on Homeland Security and Government Affairs reported 7 nominees to serve on the D.C. courts by a bipartisan voice vote. These include 5 nominees to serve on the D.C. Superior Court: Rupa Ranga Puntagunta, Kenya Sione Lopez, Sean Staples, Ebony Scott, and Donald Tunash, and 2 nominees to serve on the D.C. Court of Appeals, John Howard III and Lauren Alicon. Judge Puntagunta currently serves as an administrative judge for the D.C. Rental Housing Commission. She began her legal career as a law clerk in D.C. Superior Court and the D.C. Court of Appeals, and practiced for several years in the District of Columbia, focusing on family and criminal law. and I'm certainly pleased that my colleagues confirmed her earlier today. Judge Sione Lopez currently serves as a magistrate judge on the Superior Court of the District of Columbia, a position that she has held for 9 years. She previously served as a bilingual attorney negotiator in the court's Domestic Violence Division and as an assistant attorney general for the Office of Attorney General of the District of Columbia. Judge Staples also currently serves as magistrate judge for the District of Columbia Superior Court, a position he was appointed to in 2013. Early in his career, he served as a law clerk on the Superior Court, then worked as a solo practitioner and an assistant public defender. He went on to work as a clinical professor for several years, supervising law students representing criminal defendants in D.C. Superior Court. Judge Scott has served as a magistrate judge on D.C. Superior Court since 2020. She previously served as a deputy director in the D.C. Mayor's Office of Legal Counsel, as general counsel for the District of Columbia Office of Human Rights, and the assistant attorney general for the D.C. Office of the Attorney General's Housing and Community Justice Section. Mr. Tunaj has served as a criminal trial attorney in the Civil Rights Division of the U.S. Department of Justice since 2009 and previously served as an assistant public defender in Miami, Florida. Lauren Alicon has served as the Solicitor General for the District of Columbia since 2018. She previously served as Deputy Solicitor General and spent time in the U.S. Department of Justice in the Appellate Practice Division of a D.C. law firm. John Howard III currently serves as an administrative law judge with the District of Columbia Office of Administrative Hearings, and he previously worked in private practice and served as an administrative law judge with the District of Columbia Commission on Human Rights. All of these nominees are experienced lawyers and adjudicators, and all of them are dedicated to serving the people of the District of Columbia. These are not controversial nominations. Unlike federal judicial nominees, these individuals are extensively vetted by an independent 7-member local commission which recommends candidates for the president to nominate. During the last administration, the Senate confirmed 10 local D.C. judicial nominees, all by voice vote. I urge my colleagues to join me in confirming these nominees, each of whom has broad and strong bipartisan support. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President.
Senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, I have 10 requests for our committees to meet during today's session of the Senate of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I'd ask unanimous consent. I gather from the parliamentarian shaking her head that there is no quorum call in effect, so I will withhold that request. Mr. President, during the last break in our voting schedule here in Washington, D.C., I was grateful to have the time back home talking with my constituents about the challenges that they are facing on a day-to-day basis. And like we all, I think, try to do, figuring out how we can be helpful to them here in the Senate. I must note that there is usually a huge disconnect between what seems to obsess the news media and the folks living in the bubble of Washington, D.C., and what I hear from my constituents back home, and this time wasn't much different. When I was back in Austin, I received a briefing on the ongoing pandemic response efforts. And like the rest of the country and the rest of the world, COVID-19 hasn't gone away, and we are trying to slowly but surely both adapt and deal with the pandemic. Thanks to an overwhelming response by the federal government initially back during the Trump administration, during Operation Warp Speed, we have access to vaccines that on the fastest timeline that we've ever seen before. Medical science and pharmaceutical companies and the government came together to produce effective and safe vaccines at a historic rate of speed. But even though as the virus itself has morphed, as viruses, I understand, will likely do, we still continue to need things like personal protective equipment and additional tests and antibody treatments for people in my state. Ironically, President Biden ran in large part in 2020 based on the COVID response of the Trump administration, and as we all recall, was pretty harshly critical. But now he seems to have changed his tune. When asked about things like access to testing, he says, well, those are really state responsibilities. Well, passing the buck is a familiar pastime here in Washington, D.C., but I don't think anybody is fooled that this is an area where the federal government continues to play an essential role. And yes, our state leaders have done, by and large, I think, a good job in their respective jurisdictions. The fact of the matter is we still need a plan to deal with the testing and the ongoing effects of COVID-19. Interestingly, people who wanted to get access to things like therapeutics, antiviral drugs, and monoclonal antibodies were told that the federal government would not allow the states to use those particular modalities anymore because the federal government had made a decision that this was not effective against the current strain. But as we know, this virus continues to mutate. We're hoping that we don't go all the way through the Greek alphabet in various forms of this virus. But the fact of the matter is, I think we've all now gotten a little glimpse out of what Washington-run healthcare would look like, starting with rationing based on decisions being made in Washington, D.C. about what should be available to people when they get sick or when they see their doctor. I believe that those decisions are best left to individuals in consultation with their health care provider to make those decisions. But we've gotten a little bit of a glimpse when Washington says no monoclonal antibodies anymore, no therapeutics, antivirals, because they don't work against the current strain of COVID-19, the Omicron. As I said, the virus is probably not going to stop mutating, and unfortunately, I think the federal response, rationing access to these therapies and treatment, could well backlash on the government. Well, I'm appreciative of the dedicated work of all of our frontline healthcare workers. As we all know, they've been pushed to the limits dealing with COVID-19. They're exhausted and in many instances burned out. And there's not enough frontline healthcare workers currently. And so what that means is that many hospitals and healthcare providers have to contract with nursing services, and which really are national organizations which hire nurses and then contract out as needed to local hospitals. What that usually means is, because there's not enough local nurses available at the going rate, that they have to contract for prices for those nursing services, many multiples of what ordinarily they would have to do, causing a lot of pain and strain at healthcare providers across Texas and across the nation. On my travels, I went to Fort Worth, where I visited with the University of North Texas Health Science Center to discuss legislation that I've introduced along with Senator Leahy, senior member of the Judiciary Committee, called the Justice for All Reauthorization Act. As the name suggests, this is a reauthorization of very important tools that are needed at the local level to support victims and deliver justice and avoid wrongful convictions. This really focuses on the use of forensic techniques to test DNA and other samples. For example, in a rape kit, which is collected following a sexual assault by a forensic nurse examiner who can collect a rape kit, and assuming it's done properly and it's provided to a lab that performs the appropriate tests, you can identify with almost 100% certainty who the assailant is or was. And so it's really important for us to make sure those tools remain available, including eliminating further that rape kit backlog. It used to be that the rape kits were not tested when identity of the assailant was not in question, because in fact, many times the identity of the assailant is known to the victim of that assault. But as we found out, the power of these forensic tests is immense, and we can rule out somebody based on the DNA test. We can identify people who have perpetrated multiple sexual assaults, because many of these sexual assault predators are serial offenders. And what we've found out is, even when the statute of limitations has run, let's say, against a particular sexual assault, many times you'll be able to identify with virtual certainty the individual who committed a subsequent sexual assault for which the statute of limitations has not run. So that remains very, very important. In Houston, which is, we like to say, the energy capital of the world, I sat down with leaders to discuss legislation that I've introduced with Senator Coons, the senator from Delaware, to expand the use of hydrogen technologies in energy-intensive sectors. Hydrogen is a unique energy source. Matter of fact, Toyota, I believe, has developed a fuel cell technology where if you use hydrogen in the fuel cell, you'll not only get propulsion of a vehicle, you will actually get water out the tailpipe. So it's very clean and it's very safe. But the problem is, of course, the expense of this new technology and trying to get it used in places where it makes the most sense, because the infrastructure is critical, both for storage and delivery of the hydrogen for use in these energy-intensive sectors. Texas is already the epicenter of energy production. We believe in all of the above when it comes to energy, and these investments in new, clean energy like hydrogen can help us grow and diversify our state's energy portfolio even further, while continuing to reduce emissions in many sectors that are currently big emitters of carbon and other emissions. So it was great to be back home, as I know we all feel when we get back home, and to listen and to learn from your constituents, not just the official talking points and the subjects that are always on cable news or social media, but about the challenges and the needs and the hopes and the dreams of the people we represent, real people, the 29 million people that I'm privileged to represent in the Senate from Texas. We also hear about some of their problems that they're dealing with, like inflation, and we're hearing more about rising crime, and my constituents are looking to Congress for some leadership and some action. They want to see clear and decisive steps made to address the problems that Texas families confront on a regular basis. But as I said, there isn't a whole lot of overlap, it seems, with the agenda here in Washington by the current majority in the House and the Senate and the priorities of my constituents back home. So the debates in Congress have largely been detached from their reality. It's like living in an alternate universe where we spend more time talking about manufactured crises or political agendas than solving real problems. This year it began with a $2 trillion partisan spending bill. Our colleagues abused the rules of the Senate to pass this legislation without a single Republican vote. And clearly they were hooked because partisan legislating became the rule and not the exception this year. Our colleagues scheduled votes on legislation that would exploit the cause of pay fairness in order to help trial lawyers, even though wage discrimination based on sex has been illegal for nearly 60 years. They scheduled a number of votes on varying versions of legislation to hijack America's elections because of an alleged voting rights crisis, even though last November in 2020, 94% of respondents to a Pew poll said it was either easy or very easy to cast a ballot in the 2020 election. Now, I had an interesting exchange with the majority leader on this. I actually had a chart that talked about that Pew poll, and he said, well, yeah, we agree, everything was hunky-dory in November 2020, but then it all went down the tubes when states began passing new election laws. But I pointed out to him, or I asked him, I said, well, what's your primary concern? And he said, well, ballot harvesting. He thought that there ought to be more permissive ballot harvesting than is allowed in some states. But he didn't talk about the things like eliminating voter ID or making it harder to protect the integrity of the ballot by making sure that the person, whether they were mailing in their ballot or whether they were voting in person, was who they say they were and legally entitled to vote. But again, we spend a lot of time on those multiple attempts to pass that takeover of state-run and local-run elections. And then there was the so-called Build Back Better bill. I'm sure that was focus group tested so that it would be appealing to people who maybe didn't know exactly what was in it. But then we found out that it was massive tax increases and massive spending at a time when inflation was as bad as it's been in my lifetime, and where the dollar earned by working families goes less and less farther, and in fact diminishes their standard of living because because of the effect of inflation. So the BBB bill, some have called it Build Back Better. I prefer Build Back Broke or Build Back Bankrupt, which clearly would have thrown gasoline on the problem of inflation, along with raising taxes and depress our economy and job creation. It was so expensive and unnecessary that our colleagues couldn't get all 50 members of their own conference on board. And that's what happens when you have a 50-50 Senate with the Vice President breaking a tie. This isn't exactly like FDR's New Deal, where he had huge majorities and could basically move the country in any direction he wanted. What you would ordinarily think with a 50-50 Senate is that requires bipartisan consensus building, not trying to go it alone in a purely partisan manner, and it's no surprise that it wasn't successful. Well, obviously, economists have something called opportunity costs. And so what that means, as I understand it, is that if you're choosing to do one thing, that means there are other things that you necessarily cannot do. And that's an opportunity cost. And one of the obvious costs to the American people is the border crisis that has seen more than 2 million individuals encountered at the southwestern border. It's no secret to anybody that the drugs, including fentanyl, methamphetamine, cocaine, just to mention a few, of the drugs that took the lives of 100,000 Americans last year through drug overdoses, virtually all of those come across the southwestern border. And the cartels are not dumb. They're actually pretty shrewd. And they figured out that if you flood the zone, you flood the border with massive numbers of unaccompanied children and other vulnerable people, that the Border Patrol will have to leave their station on the border, keeping the drugs and the cartels at bay. That opens up huge avenues of opportunity to smuggle drugs illegally into the United States, in addition to the billions of dollars that they earn bringing people into the United States from more than 150 different countries. I know most people who don't live in a border state or who haven't been to the border, they think, well, these are economic migrants from Central America. That seems to be what the Vice President, who's been designated as the immigration czar, so to speak, by President Biden, what she seems to think. And frankly, from the comments of the President himself, he doesn't understand the dynamic at the border. But in reality, what Secretary Mayorkas at the Department of Homeland Security and the Biden administration have done is to lay out the red carpet for human smugglers and drug smugglers and migrants coming from around the world. Early on in the Biden administration, I went to the Del Rio sector of the Border Patrol, and so they told us that over 100 people who they had detained had come from more than 150 different countries. So this is really a global phenomenon based on how much money you have and how much you're willing to spend to the smugglers to get into the United States. And again, we're not, for everybody that we have no record on, we don't know whether they've been sex offenders, we don't know whether they've been murderers or committed other crimes back in their home country. And we also know that occasionally we do catch people who have been deported from the United States because of criminal offenses, who then come back in the United States because of the opportunities provided by the lack of border controls. This doesn't take into account all of the people that the Border Patrol calls the getaways. In other words, we know how many people turn themselves in and try to take advantage of the asylum system by flooding our immigration courts and creating a huge backlog and then melting into the great American landscape. But there are people who do penetrate our borders that the Border Patrol never encounters. And so it's really hard to know precisely what they are up to, but I can assure you, based on my observation and experience, they are up to no good if they are avoiding the Border Patrol. Well, in trying to be constructive, which I believe in trying to do, Washington, D.C. can be a pretty tough place. And for sure, there are going to be things we disagree on, but there are also opportunities to do things on a bipartisan basis. So seeing what was happening at the border, I reached out to another border state senator, Senator Sinema from Arizona, and she and I both reached out to a congressman from Laredo, Texas, Congressman Cuellar, and Congressman Tony Gonzalez. Congressman Cuellar, a Democrat, Congressman Gonzalez, a Republican. So we had literally a bicameral, bipartisan effort to come up with a piece of legislation that we thought that, assuming the administration wanted some help, this might be a good place to start. It's called the Bipartisan Border Solutions Act. But I'm sorry to report that the administration, indeed the Democratic leadership, particularly on the Judiciary Committee that has has jurisdiction over immigration matters, has shown absolutely zero interest in any kind of measures to stop or to reduce the flow of migrants into the United States and to solve this problem. Well, obviously, crime is still a big problem in America, and the border is part of the problem because of the flow of people, unrestricted flow of people coming across the border. But we know last year in 2020, murders, that's 2 years ago now, 2 calendar years ago now, murders rose by nearly 30% from the year prior, the largest single-year increase on record. So crime is definitely spiked for whatever reason and requires a forceful and an effective response. We're still waiting on data from 2021, but so far the picture doesn't appear to be much brighter. A number of major cities have experienced their deadliest years on record. And Americans are taking notice. A poll in November found that more than half of those surveyed believe local crime has gotten worse, a 13-point jump from the previous year. Concerns about national crime rates are even higher. Nearly 3/4 of Americans that were polled believe that crime is up nationally, and they're not wrong. This, of course, is bad news for families, our communities, our businesses, and especially for our dedicated law enforcement officials. Within a 5-day span, just last week, 5 Harris County police officers, that's Houston, Texas, as well as a police canine officer, were killed or injured. During a 5-day span, 5 were killed. An officer was shot and killed during a traffic stop. One was killed during a hit and run while off duty. 3 officers were wounded in a shootout, and a police canine was stabbed with a butcher knife. Amid this surge of crime and concerning acts of violence against law enforcement and civilians, there's a clear need for Congress to step up and act. We need to pass legislation to ensure that our police forces are well-funded, transparent, and held accountable. Unfortunately, this is not a priority for the majority party. The radical left in their base wants to defund the police, and most Democrats seem to be intimidated about speaking up and speaking for their constituents when it comes to stopping or abating these crimes. As I mentioned, families are being also pummeled by the highest inflation in 40 years. And we've all seen prices going up everywhere from the gas pump to groceries to cars to clothes. Business owners, of course, have been hit with a double whammy as supply chain issues have made it even more difficult and costly to produce and sell and ship their products. As I mentioned, gas prices are perhaps the most easily identified area where inflation is eating away at people's paychecks. Drivers are now spending 50% more today than they were a year ago on a gallon of gas. That's not just the big headline-grabbing crises the Biden administration has failed to address. The National Defense Authorization Bill is one of the best examples of what we should do here in the Senate, an example of bipartisanship. A version of this bill is passed every year for 61 years. And last summer, things appeared to be on track, even ahead of schedule. The Armed Services Committee passed a National Defense Authorization Bill by a vote of 23-3. You don't get more bipartisan than that. Unfortunately, for some reason, the majority leader refused to bring the Defense Authorization Bill to the floor and left the bill to collect dust on the Senate calendar before moving it. When he finally allowed it to come to the floor in late November, he tried to limit the normal amendment process by blaming the calendar. But to no one's surprise, that created a lot of issues and a lot of consternation. You simply can't sit on a bipartisan bill for months and then claim there's no time for a robust amendment process. But eventually the Senate did pass the Defense Authorization Bill before the end of the year, but we can't get in the habit of delaying bipartisan bills in order to meet a partisan agenda. Then there's government funding. We're more than a year into the Democratic-controlled majority controlling the government, and not a single regular appropriation bill has passed. Our colleagues have kicked the can down the road.
For a question.
Does the senator yield for a question?
As soon as I'm through with my remarks, I'll be glad to.
That was the question, was
yield.
how soon that might be, given that we have a 2:15 vote coming up.
Senator from Texas is recognized.
So our colleagues kicked the can down the road when it came to keeping the lights on in the appropriations process in September and in December, and now it looks like they're poised to do it again and will not meet the February 18th deadline. So with a focus on partisan politics rather than bipartisan opportunities, our colleagues in the majority have simply ignored the basic responsibilities of governing. They put the demands of partisanship ahead of the needs of the American people. Rather than reevaluate this strategy and perhaps make a course correction, our colleagues have doubled down. They've scheduled another vote on their partisan election takeover bill, and when it failed, they attempted to blow up the rules of the Senate to create an easier pathway to purely partisan legislation. So there's a massive disconnect between what Democrats in the majority have been trying to accomplish here in Washington, D.C., and what the American people are telling me, particularly my constituents, that they actually need. Families in Texas are struggling to pay their gas and grocery bill, and they're worried about the increase in violent crime. But our colleagues are trying to convince them that they're wrong, and what's more important is a federal takeover of state-run elections and provide additional tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires from blue states by lifting or eliminating the cap on deductibility of state and local taxes, as they attempted to do. So a lot of the time we've had this last year, the opportunity to pass good and meaningful legislation has been lost, and thus the opportunity cost of this partisanship is things that really would make a difference and improve the lives of ordinary Americans. The American people are not asking for a radical transformation of the country. That was pretty clear by the 50-50 Senate that they elected in 2020, as well as a bare Democratic majority in the House. They want safe communities. They want affordable standard of living. They want secure borders. And they want the right to decide what's best for themselves and their families and not be dictated to or mandated by the federal government. So I continue to hope that our Democratic colleagues will abandon partisanship and use the remainder of this year to support what the American people actually want and need. I'd be glad to yield for a question.
No, my question was simply how long the senator was going to proceed, given the schedule for my remarks was at 1:35. So no further questions. I apologize for interrupting. I was just trying to sort out the timing.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Well, I am not very happy to be back with my trusty and somewhat battered Time to Wake Up poster. Almost exactly a year ago, I delivered what I hoped would be my last Time to Wake Up speech and took the poster off the floor. Things looked good then. The conditions for climate progress were in place. Voters had elected a Democratic president and Democratic majorities in both houses of Congress, so the malicious grip of the fossil fuel industry on the Republican Party was no longer a stopper. President Biden ran on a fact-based, uncorrupted climate agenda, and many in our congressional majorities campaigned on climate action. We had reconciliation to work with, and work began on a serious climate bill. Actually, after I stopped these speeches, the Smithsonian asked me if they could have this old poster. It's the most used poster in Senate history, it turns out. And I came pretty close to turning it over to them, but something made me hesitate, and, well, here it is back again. We just aren't making progress, not by the only measurement that matters, greenhouse gas emissions. We are 1 year in with no bill, no carbon regulation, and no litigation. And look at the climate havoc. Scientists reported that global temperatures registered between 1.1 and 1.2 degrees Celsius above average in 2021. That's among the hottest years ever observed by human beings, and it is dangerously close to our safety ceiling of 1.5 degrees Celsius. And we're here despite 2021 being a La Nina year, when cold Pacific water usually cools global temperatures. The last 7 years are the 7 hottest years in recorded history. Republicans may mock and disparage this, but they are paid agents of the polluters causing this, and they are wrong. In past speeches, I've described how our oceans absorb a massive amount of the heat that is trapped by greenhouse gas pollution. It's the heat equivalent of multiple Hiroshima-sized nuclear bombs being set off in the ocean every second. Multiple Hiroshima-sized nuclear devices worth of heat per second we're adding to the ocean. In the last 3 decades, our oceans warmed 8 times faster than preceding decades, and it is so massive it has its own measurement term, the zettajoule. The top 2,000 feet of ocean absorbed a record 227 excess zettajoules of energy in 2021. So, what's a zettajoule? Well, a half zettajoule is the total annual energy consumption of the planet. That little line right down there represents a half zettajoule, the total energy consumption of planet Earth, all humans. And here is the heat that loaded into the oceans because of the amplification of greenhouse gases. 227, 1/2. So about 500 times as much heat gone into the oceans as our entire energy, heat spend as a species. And ocean temperatures are, of course, now the hottest ever recorded. The excess heat means dying coral reefs and lost fisheries with acidified seas. It means higher sea levels as heated water expands, and more severe storms as heated waters supercharge storm systems, including the sort of thunderstorm complexes that spawned Midwestern tornadoes in December. Republicans may mock and disparage this, but remember, they're paid agents of the polluters causing this, and they're wrong. This costs lives and dollars. The U.S. suffered 20 separate billion-dollar weather disasters in 2021, almost 700 deaths, and $100 billion of damage. The year before, we had hit $22 billion disasters. Tropical cyclones, coastal floods, western wildfires. The most spectacular fire didn't actually even make it onto this list because it ripped through more than 1,000 homes and businesses in suburban Denver in December. That fire didn't even make it onto this top disasters list. The Pacific Northwest heat wave of June 2021 smashed all records. A town in normally temperate British Columbia saw 116-degree temperatures, beating the previous Canadian national record by 3 degrees. The next day, the thermometer hit 118 degrees. The day after that, 121 degrees. And the day after that, a wildfire burned the town to the ground. In Washington and Oregon, temperatures shot off the charts. These graphs show maximum daily temperatures in Seattle and Portland. The dots on these charts that form this gray band
represent every daily maximum temperature reading over the last 42 years, over 15,000 data points. The red dots here and here reflect for Seattle and for Portland those days, way beyond the norms. These temperatures aren't just uncomfortable, they are lethal. Research shows more than 600 excess deaths during the June heat wave in Washington and Oregon. Those 600 people aren't even counted in that storm death toll I mentioned before. So why aren't we doing anything about it? Two primary reasons: fossil fuel obstruction and corporate indifference. To be blunt, the fossil fuel industry controls the Republican Party the way a ventriloquist controls a painted wooden dummy, and the rest of corporate America lets them get away with it. The fossil fuel obstruction isn't new. They've been at it for decades. Dozens of colleagues have joined me here on the Senate floor exposing the web of climate denial the industry wove to perpetrate their obstruction. The fossil fuel industry is still at it. They've just changed it up a bit. They can't debate the science anymore, and they can't argue against the urgency, but they can still write checks. They can fund phony front groups and fill Republican campaign coffers. And though they can't sell climate denial, they can buy climate delay. They can hire the biggest PR and advertising firms around, like Edelman, IPG, WPP, to pollute our minds with slippery greenwashing, like they pollute our skies and oceans with their carbon emissions. Here's an example of this stuff in action. Type fossil fuels into Google, and this is the slick, phony, paid-for result you get. A fossil fuel giant saying it is already a willing and able player in the energy transition. Read more. The Guardian and watchdog group Influence Map exposed how fossil fuel PR companies cook up these ads designed to look like Google search results. Don't do anything, we've got this, is the big lie message of these ads. The watchdogs call this endemic greenwashing. The industry doesn't just lie and pay politicians. Fossil fuel companies also use trade associations and dark money front groups to whip up opposition to climate legislation. Coal-heavy electric utilities and their dark money cohort mobilized against the Clean Electricity Performance Plan that would have helped decarbonize the power grid. Republicans did their bidding. The American Petroleum Institute and other fossil fuel industry groups fight paying a price on methane emissions from their oil and gas facilities. They want to pollute for free, knowing full well the harm. Republicans do their bidding. The CEO of that 800-pound climate-obstructing gorilla, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, said the group would do everything it can to prevent Build Back Better and its climate provisions from becoming law. And Republicans do their bidding. These groups spent millions on political ads. They unleashed a deluge of lobbying and campaign contributions. They're almost certainly behind big super PAC spending. They pull out all the stops. And against them, in corporate America, to push back against the polluters, stands who? No one. Corporate CEOs talk a big game about decarbonizing their supply chains and transitioning to renewables, and they wield enormous influence in Washington when they want to. But here, in this building, where the legislative rubber hits the road, corporate America has been totally, utterly, completely MIA on climate. One set of lobbyists even told my staff that once the corporate tax stuff they cared about got squared away in Build Back Better, was taken off the table, they didn't want to rock the boat by supporting climate provisions, even though they are provisions the company publicly claims to support. Not one corporate trade group is lifting a finger here in this building on climate. Not the banks, despite their own warnings of economic crash, not the insurance companies, despite the huge checks they write for climate disasters, not big tech, not big pharma, not anyone. The fossil fuel industry has its choke chain around the Republican Party so tight that industry folks have told me they're scared to press for climate measures, that they might be punished by Republicans working for the fossil fuel industry, punished on the tax and deregulatory and business stuff they really care about. So they're not here. They just aren't. The frustrating thing is that there actually is a way to get to a safe place, to get to where we can hold warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius. The key policy is a border-adjustable price on carbon. Now, to get to safety, we need to do more than just that, but there is no pathway to safety without that. It is the necessary but not sufficient safety measure. Take a look at this chart. This was prepared in conjunction with the White House, with the leader's office. A lot of eyeballs have looked at this. The green line here is business as usual. We do nothing. And carbon emissions do mostly nothing. This next line down, the orange line, represents our emissions trajectory if we pass the Finance Committee's Clean Energy Tax Credit package. That gets us to here. The gray line, right below it, the third one down here, is if we could pass a clean electricity standard. And the yellow one here is the emissions trajectory if we do both of those things, both the tax credit package and a clean electricity standard. This one, light blue, that's a carbon price alone. And by the way, it's a modest carbon price that starts at only $15 per ton in 2023 and increases to $70 per ton in 2032 and doesn't cover unleaded gasoline at all. And the dark blue line here, the safest line, is all those policies together. To get to safety, we must deploy all of these policies. The more policies you have, the deeper the emissions reductions, the better the chance of safety. But the center pole in the climate policy tent is a carbon price. Pricing carbon reaches every corner of the economy, which will be all important when the power sector has switched to zero carbon generation, and we need to remedy other polluting sectors. A carbon price fuels innovation. Suddenly, every carbon reduction strategy has a revenue proposition. No more government-chosen winners and losers. A carbon price raises investment. Growing the low-carbon economy will take trillions in job-producing investment, maybe about $575 billion a year from now until 2050. Carbon pricing sends an investment market signal and produces revenues to support those billions of dollars in private job-creating investment. A carbon price is exportable through a border adjustment that will keep China and others from cheating. And last, a carbon price helps to unravel what the International Monetary Fund says is a $660 billion annual subsidy propping up fossil fuels in the United States. You want to know why the fossil fuel industry can so easily corrupt American politics? That's your answer. That's 660 billion answers. A $660 billion subsidy every year is one hell of a motive. Once your policies are assembled surrounding the carbon price, you then need a battle plan and the leadership to carry it out. We cannot win legislative victory without setting the conditions for victory. We're up against a fossil fuel armada of dishonest PR campaigns, phony front groups, co-opted trade associations, fake science, and political dark money. We cannot overcome the corrupting forces of the fossil fuel industry without sound countermeasures. Step one is what I'm doing here. Call out the dark money mischief of the fossil fuel industry. It's a compelling story, actually, and people, voters, don't like being lied to, especially not by big, corrupt, polluting interests. They've been lied to for decades, and they need to know that. If we all exposed the fossil fuel industry's pattern of deception, the way we years ago exposed as fraud the tobacco industry's pattern of deception, that would open up real political space for the kind of legislative progress the times demand. Over in the House, Representatives Maloney and Khanna are on the case. They're investigating. Hearings are underway. Let's support and amplify them. Next, Stop the flow of polluter dark money into our politics. In politics, money corrupts, and dark money corrupts absolutely. Next, rally the rest of corporate America to the banner. If they're too chicken to go first and face the risk of Republican punishment on the stuff they really care about, join together. They can't punish everyone. Corporate America is actually rich enough, if it wanted to buy the damned fossil fuel industry, fire the crooks and the PR firms, shut off the money to the front groups and the trade associations, and clean up the industry from the inside. But corporate America not only doesn't do that, it does nothing here in Congress. However we go, Madam President, we have got to get going. Either we act now, or we pollute our way to oblivion. Either we summon a serious response, or we meh our way to catastrophe. Either we enact a serious, effective climate bill, or we lose our chance at a safe climate pathway. And I will promise you that will earn the merited disgust of future generations. We have a moment here to measure up to. We are failing catastrophically, and we are failing for the worst and smallest and most dishonorable of reasons. So when we reignite work on a real climate bill, when we're starting to see real administration climate progress, I'll see about getting this battered poster over to the Smithsonian. But if we don't, I'll be back here again and again and again to call this chamber to wake up. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from Ohio.
Madam President, I consent that Senators Blunt, Blackburn, and I be permitted to speak for up to 5 minutes each prior to the scheduled vote.
Without objection.
Madam President, I'm here today to discuss the crisis at the border. Unfortunately, it's not getting any better. In fact, it's getting worse by any measurement. The flow of illegal drugs, illegal migration continue to surge. As the lead Republican on the Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, I recently traveled to the U.S.-Mexican border in Nogales, Arizona, just south of Tucson, to learn firsthand from Border Patrol and Customs officials and Border Patrol agents who are on duty 24/7 trying to protect our nation from illicit narcotics, unlawful immigration, and terrorism. It was my third trip to the border in the past year, and like other trips, what I saw was alarming. Officials at the port of entry told me about the increasing and more sophisticated efforts to smuggle illegal and deadly drugs into the United States. They showed me some of the x-rays that have been taken of some of the vehicles where the smugglers are cleverly hiding these illicit narcotics into compartments. And by the way, this is deadly stuff. This is mostly now the illicit drug called fentanyl, which is a synthetic form of opioids that, according to the Centers for Disease Control, is probably killing about 2/3 of the people who are dying from overdoses. And the number of overdose deaths in this country is at record levels. During the year of 2021, we believe it's going to exceed 100,000 individuals, record levels. So why aren't we scanning more of these vehicles for drugs and other contraband? The best numbers we have are that currently less than 2% of the passenger vehicles and less than 20% of the commercial vehicles coming into the United States are scanned for illegal drugs like this deadly fentanyl we talked about. That's just unacceptable. A smuggler with multiple pounds of fentanyl concealed in hidden compartments needs to know that there is no chance of getting across our border without some kind of search. It's not just a gap in our security, it's a gaping hole in our security, and it's resulting in lives being lost. In my home state of Ohio, where we've got a big issue with opioids, but also all across America. In a sense, every state is a border state now. Last year, Customs and Border Protection seized nearly 10,000 pounds of deadly fentanyl. That's a 40% increase from 2020. But as officers on the line told me when I was down there recently, most of it's getting through. A year ago, Congress mandated that the Department of Homeland Security give us a plan and a strategy to scan all vehicles at the ports of entry for deadly narcotics such as fentanyl. Unfortunately, even with this crisis, that demands these new approaches. The Biden administration has failed to deliver this report, which was due more than 6 months ago. Let's get that report done. Whether it's crystal meth or cocaine, or whether it's fentanyl, sometimes pressed into pills to make it look like something else, it's flowing across the southern border. Let's have a plan to stop this. We also face challenges between the ports of entry. In Nogales, the Border Patrol agent in charge rode with me to look at the border. And what he described was an overwhelming, record-breaking number of unlawful migrants and a record-breaking number of drugs like fentanyl and these other drugs coming into the United States. And he talked about the urgent need for more Border Patrol agents to be able to cover the border, new vehicles. Vehicle maintenance is a huge issue for the Border Patrol right now. And then technology, particularly cameras and sensors. So there's a lot of discussion here always about the wall. But what's really important about a fence or a wall is the technology that goes along with it. And when the Biden administration came in and they stopped construction of the wall, what they really did was they stopped the technology. In the El Paso sector, where I've been as an example, only about 10% of the technology had been completed for the fence that was being erected there. So they stopped building the fence, and you can see all the metal on the ground, which is very demoralizing for the Border Patrol because they have to fill the gaps 24/7 or figure out other ways to stop people. But most importantly, only 10% of the technology had been done, and they cut off all of that. We've already paid for it, by the way. Taxpayers have paid for all that. And my thinking is Democrats and Republicans alike talk about the need for technology. This is, again, monitors of some kind. There's various kinds out there that are very effective. Cameras and the ability to respond quickly. So I toured the border area that had huge gaps in the fencing, too, which I just don't get. You know, why would you want to spend all this money to build the border barriers and then leave big gaps in the middle? I saw broken areas of fencing that need repairs. I saw the need for new fencing in some areas. I walked up to one large gap, only several miles from the city of Nogales. There is 15 to 20-foot fencing on either side of this gap, and then there's about 40 feet with just a 4-strand barbed wire fence to keep cattle from coming into the United States and vice versa. So that's where the human smugglers go. They know about these gaps. I saw lots of evidence of foot traffic, lots of plastic bottles and plastic bags discarded in the area from migrants who had crossed right there. Leaving these gaps is one of the reasons we face a crisis. We just learned in December that the Border Patrol apprehended more than 170,000 unlawful migrants in December. That's the highest number ever in December. And by the way, people say, well, this is seasonal, so it'll stop in December and January because it's colder and people aren't going to go, or when it's really hot in July, August. That's not happened. For the first time ever, we see a continual flow of people. It's not slowing down at all. These dramatic increases in unlawful entries and illegal drugs in the last year are clearly due to the policy changes, again, that were put in place on day one of the Biden administration. Not just fewer deportations and a more lax approach to immigration generally, but a specific issue of stopping the installation of this technology in the fencing. Also, they made a major change immediately with regard to asylum policy. So now people know if they claim asylum, they'll be released in the United States pending a court date, which on average is going to be 5 or 6 years away. They say the backlog is at least 1.3 million people now, the backlog. And is there any wonder that when people come to my home state of Ohio or go to my colleague's state in Missouri or go to Nevada with 5 or 6 years ahead of them, that it's sometimes not possible to find them when the court date comes up. And that's happening, obviously, increasingly. So we need a policy that just makes sense, that doesn't tell the smugglers, hey, if you get somebody in the United States, you can tell them they can get in, they can work, they can get their kids in school. And that's what the smugglers do to people, you know, all over the world. It's not just Central America. In fact, there are more people coming from Ecuador now than there are from Honduras. I'm told in the last week there were 5 Syrians who were apprehended coming across the border. So it's a lot of people from around the world who are being told by these smugglers who are exploiting them and their families, hey, just come on with me and we can get you in. Pay me $10,000 or whatever it is. That's one reason we have right now this pull factor because of a policy issue we've got to address. The administration also chose to end the Remain in Mexico policy, which said to people, hey, you can come and apply for asylum, but you've got to wait over in Mexico until we adjudicate this. That discouraged a lot of people. A lot of folks went home because they were trying to obviously come in the United States. But that policy was ended. But generally speaking, the right policy is adjudicate these cases immediately. Let people know. We don't want to have a $1.3 million backlog of people in the United States, 5-6 years of waiting for a court case. It just doesn't make sense. Anyway, with these policy changes since the President's inauguration, the southern border has faced the worst unlawful migration crisis in decades and the worst drug crisis ever. To help the Border Patrol do their job, we're working on bipartisan legislation to increase the number of agents, address retention challenges of the existing workforce, and respond faster to these humanitarian crises that come up by doing things like having a Border Patrol reserve that can respond to surges. I'm always impressed with the men and women of Customs and Border Protection and the Border Patrol that I meet on my trips. They've got tough jobs right now, really tough jobs. A lot of them are overworked. A lot of them are being pressed into doing processing and other things that they weren't hired to do or trained to do. It's tough, and we're making it even tougher with policies we're putting out here in Washington. The ongoing crisis is clear and persistent, no longer seasonal. I urge the Biden administration to change course, stop the policies that send the green light to these human smugglers to be able to exploit migrants and families all over this hemisphere and elsewhere now, and stop giving a green light to the drug traffickers. Instead, provide Congress with a plan to deter illegal immigration, to detect and deny deadly drugs from crossing our border. America's national security depends on it. American lives depend on it. I yield back.
Madam President.
The senator from Missouri.
The ability to secure your border, to follow my good friend from Ohio, the ability to secure your border is actually one of the fundamental responsibilities of a legitimate government. Even former President Obama within the last few months has looked at what was happening at the border, and I believe the word he used was unsustainable. We cannot continue to let this happen. It's a border crisis, whether the administration is willing to call it a border crisis or not. Drugs coming across, I know my friend from Tennessee is going to talk about that, as the senator from Ohio did. More than 2 million people were apprehended trying to cross the border last year. Of that number, more than 171,000 were unaccompanied children. The year before had been 37,000. 2020, it was 37,000 people. Should have been a warning sign. 37,000 children is bad enough, let alone 171,000, almost 4 times the number that came the year before. We need to ask ourselves, what are we doing to encourage that happening? Why would parents let their children come, send their children, or why would children come on their own to the border at the numbers of 171,000? Now, obviously, we don't know exactly how many people actually entered the country illegally. So if 2 million people were apprehended entering the country, some of them may have been making repeat efforts to come into the country, but there's no real evidence that very many people get sent back. But let's assume some do. So some of the apprehended people may have been multiple offenders, if you will, of trying to violate our law by coming in. I think it's more reasonable to believe that more people weren't apprehended than were apprehended multiple times. So we have a huge problem here. The policies that have already been discussed, why would the number, just over 2,035,000 last year, why would that number be 272% greater than the year before? Things happening in the countries they come from aren't different substantially than they were the year before. Weather's not in crisis in any way different than it was the year before. So let's look at day one of the Biden administration, where one of the first decisions is we're going to stop building the barrier that's in process of being built. Not we're going to debate whether we should do more of it or not, but we're going to stop building the barrier that Congress has appropriated the money for, that the equipment has been bought for, that the necessary the necessary metal and fencing and other things have been bought for, and they're delivered. After we get that up, let's decide if we need to do more. You know, I've never been of the view that every inch of the border needs to have a barrier, but I've always been of the view that a barrier or a fence or a wall, whatever you want to call it, has to be helpful, particularly if it has the technology that was going into this fence. So, you know, just watching that great investment that the American people made set there and not completed is a problem. Some wall and fence had been torn down already, so the new wall and fence could be put back up. We have areas that don't have the kind of fence they had 5 years ago or 10 years ago or under the Clinton administration, because we decided, no, we're just going to stop doing what the Congress has already provided money and the authority to do. And then the Remain in Mexico policy, which frankly, I thought was one of the most amazing things that our government got the government of Mexico to agree to. It was a major step on their part to help us not only secure our border, but discourage people from needlessly coming all the way through Mexico. You know, most of our immigrants are not Mexican immigrants anymore. They're Central American immigrants. They're the immigrants that others have talked about today from all over the world, but they come through Mexico, and Mexico doesn't like that either. So why would Remain in Mexico work? Remain in Mexico was working because people, when they see that they're not going to be let loose in the United States or delivered somewhere in the United States and told to come back 90 days or 5 years later, when they see that's not going to happen, and they talk to anybody who understands the law, 9 out of 10 of them know that they have no chance for an asylum claim, and they're in Mexico. It's not that they have no chance for an asylum claim and they have arrived and been taken somewhere in the United States and told to return at a later date. It clearly just did not work. The Remain in Mexico, we could have put more money there. In fact, we put quite a bit of money there, but then walked away from the facilities that were just about to begin to serve the purpose in the way that the American people, the most generous people in the world about people coming to our country, some of the, I think, the most liberal immigration laws in the world for legal immigration, we could have made an investment so that people could have safely and securely understood that you're not going to be able to advance this asylum claim. The easiest thing in the world to do is show up at the border and say, we're claiming asylum. The United States government sends you somewhere in the United States to wait and come back later for a hearing. Now we see people, single adults, getting on planes in the middle of the night and being flown to other airports and getting off in the middle of the night. I've even heard, surely this can't be really accurate, that you're told to use your arrest papers as your identification to get on the plane. If we'd come to the point where our border policy is use the arrest papers to get on the plane, so wherever we take you, you are able to then be part of our society until somebody catches you and tells you you can't be part of our society, is a huge problem. The border is out of control. There is clearly a border crisis. I am a major supporter of legal immigration. I'm a major supporter of kids who were brought here by their parents illegally and have grown up in America and not gotten in trouble. I think they should be able to stay, and we should want them to stay. I am not a supporter of this blatant violation of the law and sending a message to the whole world, here's how you get done what you want to get done, even though it's against the laws of the United States to do what we are clearly helping you do. I yield back.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Madam President. It was such a joy to be in Tennessee last week and visit with so many of our local officials, and I had the opportunity to spend some time with some of our sheriffs. And one of the sheriffs made a point that I think deserves attention in this body today. He said, Marcia, for years we've measured the drugs we've apprehended in grams or ounces, but today everything is in pounds. That is the uptick in volume that our local law enforcement are seeing in our communities. Now, the question is, why is this happening? How is it that so much more is getting across that southern border? And my colleague from Ohio, my colleague from Missouri have each mentioned the problems that exist there. No remain in Mexico, no wall. And we're at a time here in this country where our supply chains are really being stressed, but the supply chains of the cartels seem to be doing just fine. Fortunately, our Border Patrol have been able to cause some blips and some problems with those supply chains, and they have been able to apprehend some of the drugs coming across our border. In January, in a period of 7 days, 1 week, our Border Patrol caught 47 pounds of methamphetamine in California, 3,800 pounds of marijuana in 2 raids in Texas, and 20 pounds of cocaine in Texas. The street value was about $7 million that they pulled off the street. But this is, unfortunately, Madam President, a blip for the cartels, just a blip on their radar. These thousands of pounds of drugs are a footnote in the long history of the gotaways and the drug mules who keep these cartel supply lines flowing from South and Central America and into the U.S. Now, as my colleagues have said, until this administration decides they want to get serious about protecting our nation's sovereignty and securing this southern border, this is going to continue. Now, what does this cause in our country? What it means is every town is a border town, and every state is a border state. Until the Biden administration decides they're going to get serious on that border, it means that your town will function like a border town, your state like a border state. Nashville, Knoxville, Memphis are all experiencing some of the same problems that you are seeing on our nation's borders. And whether the state is Maryland or Wisconsin or Nevada, whether these are other states, Illinois, Colorado, what you're seeing are these problems that are brought about by an open border, gangs, cartels, human smuggling, sex trafficking. So I would ask my Democratic colleagues, and I would hope they would ask the President, where else do they think these thousands of pounds of drugs are being headed? That's right. It's a rhetorical question, but they're coming to your neighborhoods, and your local law enforcement agencies are going to find themselves dealing with this. Now, the Biden administration has said repeatedly that they want to focus their border policy on finding the root causes of illegal immigration. So, Vice President Harris recently took her second trip to the Northern Triangle so she could try and figure out what the root causes are. But while she is there and meeting with diplomats, the cartel's drug trade, their human trafficking trade, is booming. It is booming. The number of apprehensions across this southern border are at an all-time high. And as my colleague mentioned, the gotaways, the hundreds of thousands of gotaways, the hundreds of thousands of gotaways that are now in your communities, the hundreds or maybe even thousands of pounds of different drugs are coming into your communities. We've been down this road before. We've made investments in the Northern Triangle to try and beat back the poverty, the corruption, and we're having the same problems. They're the same that they were years ago. There's no buy-in on a policy. The only buy-in that this administration has managed to earn is the buy-in of corrupt officials and drug lords who have invested in our wide open border. Why is it that you have to pay the cartel to come in? Why is it that the cartels are moving these sex trafficking rings onto U.S. shores? Why is it that the cartels are setting up distribution centers in our cities? Madam President, it is because this administration has that border wide open, and they see the opportunity to make big bucks, to really enrich themselves. How can we expect to fight corruption when we encourage them to set up these business operations? I would encourage my Democratic colleagues to take a look at the numbers that are coming from that southern border. Look at the numbers that were there from 2021. Look at the numbers of not grams and ounces, but pounds of illicit drugs that are being apprehended. Talk to their local law enforcement about what they're finding on their streets, and then ask themselves, are you doing everything you can to keep our communities safe? Are you doing everything that you can to keep our children and our grandchildren safe in their communities? If you had to answer that question today, if the administration had to answer that question today, Madam President, the answer would be an emphatic no. They are not, because the border is opening. That policy is failing the American people. It is failing our communities that are truly struggling to keep drugs out of the hands of kids. And they're failing the thousands upon thousands of people who took you at your word, and then you have seen this border turned over to the cartels. I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the Lopez nomination, which the clerk will report.
The judiciary, Kenya Sione Lopez of the District of Columbia, to be an associate judge of the Superior Court of the District of Columbia.
The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Okay. It says Cassidy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Yeah, I got it. You didn't get it? Thank you. Mr. Blumenthal. I did, thank you. Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, I got him, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass. I got you. Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Blunt, Cardin, Casey, Coons, Cortez Masto, Durbin, King, Portman, Reed, Rosen, Schumer, Smith, and Tester. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Daines, Fisher, Johnson, Sass, and Wicker. Mr. Thune, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Ms. Sinema, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Burr, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Rubio, no. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Inhofe, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Braun, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Leahy, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Shelby, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Carper, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Toomey, aye. Ha. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Hawley, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 59, the nays are 38, and the nomination is confirmed.
Madam President, I make an inquiry of the chair. How long was that last roll call?
The approximately 55 minutes.
Can the chair report the last senator who voted?
The chair does not have that information.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will immediately be notified of the Senate's actions. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the Staples nomination, which the clerk will report.
The Judiciary, Sean C. Staples of the District of Columbia, to be an Associate Judge of the Superior Court of the District of Columbia.
The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun. Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford. Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Brown, Collins, Duckworth, Durbin, Hickenlooper, Kelly, Markey, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Rounds, Sanders, Schumer, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Toomey, Warnock. Senators voting in the negative: Bozeman, Cornyn, Kramer, Crapo, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Kennedy, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, Paul, Rubio, Scott of South Carolina, Shelby, Sullivan, Thune. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Ms. Warren, aye.
Did you see my email
About?
about why I thought we needed to have all the votes tonight?
No.
That seemed like an hour ago.
Mr. Menendez, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Inhofe, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Leahy, aye. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Carper, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Ms. Cinema, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Burr. Mr. Burr, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Haggerty, No. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye.
All ready? The yeas are 59, the nays 38, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 613, John P. Howard III of the District of Columbia, to be an Associate Judge of the District of Columbia Court of Appeals, signed by 18 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of John P. Howard III of the District of Columbia to be an Associate Judge of the District of Columbia Court of Appeals for the term of 15 years shall be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Thank you. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Deans, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Height-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schumer, or Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Brand. Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blunt, Burr, Cardin, Casey, Collins, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Graham, Hassan, Hawley, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kelly, Klobuchar, Lummis, Markey, Murphy, Murray, Peters, Reed, Rounds, Sanders, Schumer, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Tillis, and Van Hollen. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Leahy, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Marshall, McConnell, Paul, Rubio, Scott of South Carolina, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Carper, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mrs. Feinstein. Aye. Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Inhofe, aye. Mr. Sass. Mr. Sass, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, Aye. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, no. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Shelby. Mr. Shelby, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, no. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Mr. Cruz, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Portman. Mr. Portman, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, no. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Braun. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye.
The yeas are 62, the nays are 34, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, John P. Howard III of the District of Columbia to be an associate judge of the District of Columbia Court of Appeals.
Madam President.
Senator from Alabama.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, my colleagues across the aisle have spent the first part of this year laser focused on voting rights and the filibuster. You know, Democrats at all levels, including President Biden, spoke of nothing else, claiming that this was the most important issue facing Americans and that the future of our country was at stake. But this was not a righteous crusade. It was a march into complete delusion, a message completely out of touch with the struggles of real Americans. While Democrats lectured, Americans confronted reality. Across the country, inflation is squeezing paychecks and COVID cases are skyrocketing. These are the issues that families are focusing on. Omicron surge sent students home from classrooms and back in front of computer screens. And this is where parents' minds have been these last few weeks, not on Senate rules, not on the filibuster, but on their children's education. Because when parents think about the future of our country, they think about their children and the opportunities that they will have when they get this good education. During my 4 decades of coaching, I saw firsthand how education provides an unparalleled opportunity to uplift students from all different backgrounds, races, and religions. Education is the key to opportunity and freedom. It empowers students to create a future for themselves, to make a better life for themselves. It's a way to achieve the American dream. In short, education is our country's future. Ensuring the next generation receives a quality education is the most important investment we can make in the future success of our country. But before I talk about where we should go and when it comes to education, it's important to note where we are today in education. Right now, the United States of America is slipping. It's slipping in the classroom when it comes to our global standing. We're 37th in the world, 37th in the world in math. We're 13th in the world in reading. Just over half of the young people in our country today can read over the 6th grade reading level. That is simply not good enough for the most powerful country on the face of the earth. Our students are falling behind. At no time was this more important than the last 2 years. COVID turned our living rooms into classrooms, bringing lesson plans to kitchen tables and homes all across the country. This gave parents a front row seat to what their children were and were not learning. And many parents did not like what they saw. Students weren't being taught how to think, they were being taught what to think. And this shift from what is right to what is woke has startled parents. But it was also startling for parents to see what isolation does to their developing children. As kids, we saw less of their friends. They retreated into darkness. Rates of depression and anxiety have risen dramatically. Since the start of the pandemic, hospitals have seen more mental emergencies among kids than the history of our country. In young girls, the suicide rate jumped over 50% compared to the pre-pandemic levels, 50%. And while we're nearly 2 years into the pandemic, the digital divide still creates profound roadblocks in learning for many children who lack access to rural broadband and even a laptop. Learning by low-income and minority students was disrupted the most by school closures. The pandemic compounded existing problems in our education system, and every child has felt the effects from this pandemic and not being in the classroom. But it also has highlighted a key piece of the educational puzzle: parents. Parents